courteous and productive manner, showing respect for fellow board members, staff, and citizens. The board asks its citizens to conduct themselves with the same courtesy towards both school personnel and each other. A moment of silence will be observed at each meeting. The board asks that you check your cell phones and other electronic devices to be certain they are either turned off or on vibrate to avoid interruptions of the meeting. And we'll then now move to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we'll have a moment of silence. All right. Next, we have the agenda adoption. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Doyle? Is Ms. Doyle online? Okay. All right. With that, the board reorganization, I shall turn it over to Neil, our attorney, to move us forward.
Thank you, Mr. Atherton. So I understand your established procedures here are to complete written ballots for the election of chair and vice chair. We'll start with the election of the chair. And I believe Mr. McCune has printed ballots in your packets there. So if you would each, those of you who are here physically, remove your ballots, look for your round one ballot or whatever is the first ballot. They're color coded. You can fill that out. You do need to sign the ballot and just write in who. Well, before we complete them, first let me ask if anyone wants to remove themselves from consideration. I think that's been the tradition, and we have some hands going up. So I see Dr. Moore, Mr. Atherton, Mr. Richmond, and Ms. Hauser all do not wish to be considered for the position of chair. So that leaves. Who does that leave? Ms. Doyle, Ms. Purcell, and Ms. Smiley are in contention. So with that, if you could complete your ballots, you do need to sign your ballots. And I'll ask Mr. McCune to collect them. I will tally them, and I'm going to take Ms. Doyle's ballot by email since she's not here. But if she could email me and Mr. McCune her ballot, we will tabulate that as well. Whenever they're ready, if you would fold them in half and hold them up, Mr. McCune will collect them.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bart.
Thank you.
Thank you. And is Ms. Doyle online? I have not received an email yet.
The indication is she is not online.
Not online, okay. Well, we can.
One more ding. Was that not her coming in? No?
Is there any way we could try to reach her by phone and I just wouldn't want her to miss the opportunity to vote if she's available? Could we try to contact her?
I just tried.
She just
Oh, you just did and weren't able
yet.
to get in touch?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we can, as long as there's a majority of those present, it's a valid election. So unless we hear from her while I'm tabulating, I guess we'll go ahead and announce the results. Double check the counts. Okay, and Mr. McCune, you haven't received an email from Ms. Doyle either? I have not. Just want to confirm we don't have her.
No, sir.
Okay, well, I assume she has some technical difficulties and wasn't able to join. In any event, the tally for the election for the chair is 4 votes for Ms. Purcell and 2 votes for Ms. Smiley. Ms. Purcell is the board chair. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And with that, I guess we can proceed to the election of vice chair. And again, proceeding in the same manner, you should have ballots. If you would complete your ballot, sign them, and note the person that you were voting for. And whenever you're ready, if you just fold those and hand them up for Mr. McCune, he'll bring them to you and we'll tally and announce.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, and again, we have 4 votes for Mr. Richmond and 2 for Ms. Doyle. Mr. Richmond is vice chair. Congratulations. And that completes the election process.
All right, I recommend we swap seats real quick.
It's ceremonial, but
Yeah.
good idea.
Here's a candy. Get to sit with the ladies.
And Ms. Purcell, I think the only other item on the agenda for this meeting, we do have another meeting following, is the code of ethics for board members. My understanding that's just a ceremonial process. The board members traditionally sign the code of ethics together. Understanding Ms. Doyle is not present, but I've asked her if she could sign hers separately and scan and email that to us. We'll add that to the board's records. So if you have those copies of the code of ethics in your materials, now would be a good time to sign them.
Okay.
Whenever, if you all are ready, and when you've signed, if you would just let Mr. McHugh know, he can collect those up for the board's records along with these ballots.
Thank you.
I guess with that, Madam Chair, this would be your first opportunity to entertain a motion. Since we've completed the business for this special meeting, we would just need a motion to adjourn, and then the next meeting starts at 5:30.
Make the motion that we adjourn and move into our closed session for our
Or
next meeting.
typically, you would entertain a motion, ask for somebody
Entertain a
else.
motion, okay.
So moved.
So moved. As long as we get there. Motion is approved. No?
We have call for the
Oh,
vote.
I thought you voted. Excuse me?
Didn't, so we have a motion and a
All
second.
in favor?
Yep, there you go.
Aye.
Okay. Now it is approved. We will go into closed session. Do we have to wait till
Well,
5:30?
this meeting's adjourned, but we'll call the next meeting
Until
to order
5:30?
at 5:30 and go immediately into closed session after that, yes.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you very much. You'll have to guide me a little bit, as I've never done this.
I guess we have a 15-minute recess in effect, as we can't start early.
Board enter closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11, subsection A1, A3, A5, and A6, to consult with the board attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege, to consider confidential personal matters, and to prevent the disclosure of confidential personal information under North Carolina General Statute 115C-319, and to establish the board's position and instruct its negotiating agents on the potential acquisition of any interest in land owned by Lawrence Road Partners LLC, PN number 9883-19-4355 for future use as a school or other school system facility.
Second.
But everybody in favor, or those in favor, say aye.
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 Well, thank you, Carrie. Let's move to the other room.
From the upper room to the other room.
to order. Oh, I'm sorry, Ron. I thought it was going.
Get the video going.
We good? Call this meeting back to order. I will read the public charge. Orange County Board of Education pledges to its citizens to conduct its business in a courteous and productive manner, showing respect to fellow board members, staff, and citizens. The board asks its citizens to conduct themselves with the same courtesy toward both school personnel and each other. A moment of silence will be observed before each meeting. The board asks that you check your cell phones and other electronic devices to be certain that they are turned off or on vibrate to avoid interruptions of the meeting. We have had a moment of silence already today, so we will not do that again. At this time, we need a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we will start with the consent agenda. And does anyone have anything that they would like to pull from this agenda to talk about, or?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion is passed. Consent agenda is approved. And we will go into our work session where we have our Hill Group financial review here. Do we see, is the Hill Group here?
Yes, we are.
Online, they're online. Okay, you're online. Thank you. I did not see that. So, we have Mr. Hank Hurd here with the Hill Group and Kathy Eisenhower and Mr.
Ricky Lopes.
Ricky Lopes. I couldn't see it. They're going to give their report tonight on the financial review they did for Orange County Schools about a month ago. So, Mr. Hurd, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, we can.
Very good, very good. Good evening to everyone.
Good evening.
We've actually been working on our report, our executive summary, for about 6 months now. Off and on, we started out with the engagement by interviewing every Board of Education member individually. We met with the superintendent several times, chief financial officer, chief of human resource capital there, deputy superintendent to gather data, reviewing and analyzing the 21, 22, 23 fiscal year budgets and spending trends, reviewing the audits from fiscal year 2020, 2021, 2023, 22, excuse me, and fund balance use. And we've also been reviewing lapsed salaries, stipend payments, and most all contracts that were given to us. We appreciate the cooperation of the staff there. We've had a real good engagement there. I want to point out that although we're CPAs and former school administrators, this is not a quote unquote official audit. That comes from your independent auditors. What we did was a financial review. But there's some areas of concern that we're going to point out, or the fact that the spending level and use of fund balance is at a non-sustainable level, decrease in Orange County School student enrollment and the increase in charter school enrollment is very concerning from a financial perspective, especially in light of the number of personnel have been added over the last couple of fiscal years. We're going to point that out. I'm going to call Mr. Lopes in just a minute to basically run you down through the report in summary fashion. Everybody's had the report in advance of this meeting, obviously. Currently, the district has about 10 recurring employees, totaling about $700,000 plus benefits from ESSER 3 funds, which expire in September of 24. So having said that, just kind of way of background, I'm going to call on Mr. Lopes to kind of run you through the report. That's okay.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Hank. Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Okay. For sake of time, we won't go through the first 4 pages. We like to start off reports with demographic information, and that's pretty much what's entailed in the first 4 pages. if we go to page 5, we talked about a decline in enrollment, which is not unusual in North Carolina. Very few districts are growing. Most districts are seeing a decline in enrollment. One thing that we noticed, though, while looking at that, the number of employees, as reported to DPI, has gone up by 76 in a short period of time since 2020. So as the ADM is going down, the number of employees is going up. And this is information that is supplied by or provided by the school district. These are not numbers that we put together. This is something that is sent to DPI and published in the statistical profile. You go to page 6, there were concerns or questions about the central services administrators. And since 2018, there have been 6 additional positions. All positions were approved by the board, and salaries, beginning salaries for those administrators are also approved by the board. There was some concern or some situations where additional stipends or extra duty pay, or situations where employees had more than one, were holding more than one position, so to speak, where they received additional money, and that was done after the fact as opposed to before the fact. We go to page 7, 8, and 9. It basically talks about board versus administrative roles or superintendent role in a school district. And I'm just going to highlight a couple sentences in here, and then we'll get into the actual numbers of the report. But if you go down about the 4th paragraph, it indicates that effective boards have district role responsibilities and boundaries between the superintendent and board members. School boards should spend most of their time creating policies to improve student achievement with a shared district vision, while superintendents and their staff should primarily focus on policy implementation and day-to-day operations. And then at the very bottom of the page, maintaining two-way communication is essential in developing and maintaining collaborative relationships between boards and administrators. So regardless of where the board is, what county, what school district, those are just some words of wisdom, so to speak, as to how boards and superintendents should work with each other. If we go to page 10, Hank had mentioned earlier the situation with the fund balance. And so we wanted to go back 3 years to see what the trend has been with fund balance. And you can see back in 2020, which is right at the time COVID hit, right at the end of that year, your fund balance was a little over 6 million and actually went up in 2021 to 6.6 million. In the 2 years since then, your fund balance has gone down almost $4 million. It's down, it could be as low as 2.7 million once your fiscal year is audited. Once again, we're not the auditors, but that number should be fairly close, probably within a couple $100,000 or so, because we don't know what the actual expenditures were at June 30th. As you know, when you budget the fund balance, it's based on estimates, not actual numbers at that time. So what does that mean? Well, this current year, you spent about 2.2 million of fund balance. That means just to break even, if you made no budgetary cuts and added nothing, you would need $2.2 million of additional revenue just to replace the fund balance. So knowing that you received an increase from your in your appropriation from the county commissioners, those dollars will have to be used to spruce up the expenses that you've already incurred, as opposed to offer new items. And that doesn't take into consideration whatever raises the General Assembly is going to approve, retirement and hospitalization increases that are paid by the school district. So that being said, I'm sure you probably have a priority list or a list of things you wanted to add to your local budget this year. But the first, from our recommendation, is that the first priority will be to either make some cuts in some existing expenditures, or replace your existing expenditures with the new appropriation from the county commissioners.
Ricky, I'd like to point out, if I could interrupt you just a second, that this is a time for concern, as we've talked about, as Ricky's pointed out. But most school districts that we're working with, and as this board's well aware, we've worked over the last several years with about 85 of the 115 school districts across the state. But over the last 24 months, we work with 15 to 18 school districts, but almost every one of them have increased their fund balance during this period of time, due to the use of ESSER funding and some of the indirect cost potential that it has allowed districts to exercise some flexibility with ESSER funds. But so it's very unusual to see a district that has eaten into funds, for lack of a better term, and spent more, and in the fund balance situation that you're in at this point. Rick, you there?
We're here. We can hear you. I'm not sure that Mr. Lopes can hear us.
I probably shouldn't have interrupted him then. I wanted to interject that comment though. We basically had run through the report. He was on page 10 of 11 talking about the fund balance. The items on page 11 of 12, I covered in my original comments. Additional recommendations. The district should, on page 12 of 12, the district should consider planning sessions. Budget planning process should involve collaboration with school-based administrators. We've seen this as best practices across the state as school boards have worked with the superintendent to develop the school budget, upcoming school budget, involving stakeholders within the community and site-based administrators. It's amazing as many times as we interview principals when we're doing budget development, asking them what's working well in your school, what's not working well. They're very open and honest in telling you kind of where resources need to be and so forth. A position control system needs to be implemented immediately. I think you have partial implementation. We've discussed with Rhonda the specifics of this. Position control system that ties in with your budget is a huge control mechanism that allows districts to maintain their resources and use them much more effectively and efficiently when positions are allotted based on a model that centers around the instructional goals of the district. District leadership should review human capital allocations in school. That would tie in with the position control system. Board of Education should establish policies regarding stipends and the additional duty payments for pre-approval by the board. We think this has been an item that we've talked to individual board members about, allowing the board to, make sure that funds are appropriated and that policies associated with additional duty pay are implemented fairly across the district. As a best practice, the Board of Education should approve all pay increases or supplement stipends. This specifically includes central office administrators. We've seen Board of Educations across the state implement stricter control over individual raises for central service administrators. District leadership should develop a consistent extra duty compensation plan and communicate what duties qualify for the additional pay. Let me repeat that one. District leadership should develop a consistent extra duty compensation plan and communicate what duties qualify for additional pay. HIL recommends the district review current central services organization, especially in light of the additional administrative positions with declining enrollment. Review should be conducted of outside facilitator for experience in working with North Carolina public schools utilizing best practices. So we basically are pointing out some what we call, again, best practices that we have seen in other school districts and so forth. So is Ms. Eisenhower still on with us?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Lopes online.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
back on now. Yes.
Okay, very good. Well, Ricky, I went down the recommendations, and at this point, since the board members have the report, I think, Madam Chair, if we could just open up for questions, would be appropriate time, if that's your wishes.
Yes, sir. Does anyone have questions for the Hill Group after hearing their recommendations? Sarah?
Well, first, thank you very much for this report. I wanted to just highlight a few of your recommendations that I think are really good ideas. One of them is to document a clear extra duty compensation plan and what the rates are for those different types of extra duties. I think that is a great support for ensuring equity and sort of fairness in transparency. I also really appreciate the idea of doing some zero-based budgeting. And in order to like really get down to the alignment of spending with our priorities as a district. And then the recommendation to build up our fund balance. So I did want to note, though, on fund balance, that if you had gone back 1 year previous to what was on there, that it was at 4.6 million. So the spike up to in the sixes is not sort of where we had been historically, but as sort of a function of COVID and some of the expenses that we did not see for a couple of years. But certainly agree with your assessment that we need to build up the fund balance. A question I had about the fund balance is, when you looked at the spending, in the past year, what amount of that was recurring versus non-recurring expenses? Because I know that's something that the board has tried to keep an eye on.
We didn't break it down to that level. Typically on your operational budget, your local current expense budget, most of it is recurring unless you have one time, sometimes with workshops or training for teachers, things of that nature, that could be one time. Very little equipment is purchased with local funds. So there may be some non-recurring, but we don't have a number on that at this point.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, typically we have strived as a board to really focus fund balance on non-recurring expenses. I think we've been pretty successful at that. The other piece is, what sort of rate of fund balance would you recommend for us? So our county commissioners, you probably know, we have a shared policy with them around 5.5%, and it's not requiring us to spend it down to 5.5%, although in some of our meetings, they have certainly encouraged us to spend down our fund balances. And if we have more than 5.5%, we want to plan for that and that sort of thing. And so what is too low? What level would you all recommend, given the current environment?
Well, in our opinion, that number is too low. And I'll just, without getting into a lot of detail, just for sake of time, if you look at the situation what we had a couple years ago, 3-4 years ago, with the flooding, the hurricanes out on the coast, those districts had to use their fund balance before they could get reimbursed by FEMA to get up and going, to get the schools going again. That's an extreme example. But if they did not have a fund balance, they would have been in even more dire straits than they were. Your federal dollars don't even come sometimes until January of the fiscal year. You've got you could have some upfront expenses during the summer while the kids, for maintenance and things of that nature, while you're waiting for the kids to come back. And you need some for cash flow purposes, you need some fund balance. Typically, and I guess I'll just relate this to other municipalities, not school systems. Their fund balances are based on their total general fund. The equivalent of their total general fund is our state, federal, and local. Ours is just broken down by funding source because that's what we're required to do. So if you took 5% of those total funds, then yes, you'd be in the ballpark. If you just take 5% of your local funds, you're cutting it close for various reasons. And once again, we won't go into a lot of detail, but the direct answer is we think that number or percentage is too low.
Thank you.
The other thing I think it's important to point out, if I might add, when we work with new superintendents that come into North Carolina and board members, as we've done board presentations and workshops with Board of Educations, we think school boards are somewhat unique as far as the aspects of the funding. When you sit here like we are exactly now in mid-July, and you've got the raises for your employees, the local paid staff are determined by the General Assembly. We do not have a budget yet. So, when you start talking about fund balance, you don't want to budget recurring expenses out of the fixed pool of funds and fund balance. However, having a pool of funds to alleviate short-term discrepancies for cash flow reasons is a huge thing. And as Ricky says, counties and cities pretty much, they know what their tax revenues are going to be, sales tax, property taxes, and so forth. With school boards, you're in the unique position of not knowing exactly how much money you're going to need to fund the county employees based on the raises that are given by the General Assembly, because the General Assembly will fund money for state employees only, the state paid portion of your budget. So you're kind of at a very big disadvantage, especially when the budget runs over like it does now. So anyway, those are just some thoughts that you are well aware of, but somewhat unique as far as the public school arena.
We have certainly experienced that with the raises in recent years. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Bonnie?
Sure. I also want to add my thanks to you for joining us tonight and for responding so quickly to our request. If you recall last April when we learned about an unexpected $1 million budget shortfall and a large draw on the fund balance, it was kind of a surprise to us. So we really appreciate you coming in. The good news is that while you were working, is our board did place tight controls on stipends and contracts, and a special thank you to Rhonda Rath for her meticulous work on this with the board. We've already tightened up our policy and have agreed to take on stipends as a budgeting priority for the coming year. I read your recommendations as taking us one step further. So if you look at our policies, our financial policies, it's about approving this and approving that. But we don't have policies governing the size and scale of operations. What is the right size of district compared to schools? How do we look at resource allocations across the schools? We don't have, as a board, we've not had visibility to individual school budgets or service levels. And I was curious I was reading your recommendations as suggesting that we have policies that govern more of size and scale of different things. I was wondering if you have examples of such things, policies like that you might be able to share with us. And so that's, I also really appreciated your comment on budget transparency and equitably aligning resources across the schools in the district. This has been a priority for our board. You talked about the need for collaboration between the district and the schools. What do you see as the role of the board to assure that resources are distributed equitably and proportionately for the budget and changes throughout the year? And this, for us, this year it becomes especially important because we are preparing for redistricting. Do we as a board need to understand resource allocations and service levels for each school? Do we need to set standards for class sizes, for example, or frequency of AIG services, things like that? So just curious is how much does, at the risk of not wanting to micromanage this, what is the board's responsibility and how should we get involved with this? Thoughts?
Just to give you a little background, all your questions are really all tied into one, I believe, because they kind of piggyback on each other. And so the allocations for the schools and so forth, micromanaging would be if you said that Ricky's school should get 2 extra teachers because of some arbitrary reason. Approving allocation formulas on a district-wide basis is not micromanaging. And so what would happen is the administration, based on the available resources, would come up with allocation, not just for teachers. You'd have allocations for custodians, for clerks, for guidance counselors, media specialists, whatever. And those formulas would fit within the available resources. And the board obviously would want to know what those resources are. And then, so to speak, the chips would fall where they may. Now, do you have exceptions to those allocations? Yes, but those allocations, those discrepancies would be documented. For instance, if you have a high poverty school, you may have an allocation formula that's different for that school than you would a school that doesn't need quite as many resources. Now, those additional resources could be combined with Title I, things of that nature. So the allocation formulas and the approvals of the formulas are the baseline, and then the exceptions are part of that. But that's all part of the recommendation as far as your budget process, starting from scratch. Where are your resources right now? We can't please everybody. We can't put all the resources out there that we would like to please everybody that's in the district. So you have to prioritize. And going through that zero budget process would allow you to approve the allocations and then prioritize without micromanaging.
It's a great idea.
I think I'd like to add another comment also. Orange County Schools is very blessed with having a good tax base and good funding from your county commissioners. A lot of school boards that we've dealt with across the state would basically be in heaven from a resource management standpoint to be where you guys are as far as your allocations are concerned. And using those allocations wisely in the classroom setting is a huge responsibility. As Ricky says, a joint responsibility of the board and the administration to come up with a plan that basically has buy-in from the principals and the site-based administrators. You know, when we go into school boards, and again, we talk with school boards across the state, we talk about there are no students in the superintendent's office. The students are out in the schools, and that's where the resources need, the priority needs to be on individual classroom instruction and improving all the total classroom experience through technology as well as all the other aspects of the instructional program. So, but we've seen a lot of really good implementation that you have in your district already. But I think having an approach of going back, as we talked about earlier, at zero-based with site-based administrators' input into your new budget as you develop it for next fiscal year could have significant benefits for you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I have more, but others can take a chance.
Sarah?
Yeah, I just, to that point, when you said we have 76 additional positions, even though 200, we've lost students, did you have any sense of where those positions were? Were they in central office, where they were in schools? Do you have any idea of that?
I think
On
it
page
was
5 of the
both.
report.
The report didn't
Page
say.
5.
Go ahead.
By
Revive-
groups, but not by location.
Mhm.
Okay.
The teacher assistants obviously were at the schools, but for instance, we don't know where all the service personnel or the skilled labor, more than likely those may have been in departments within at the district level, but we didn't know specifically where the positions were. We did inquire, but we weren't able to get that level of detail. So we just put it by groups as opposed to locations as to where those positions were added.
Yeah, okay. And I just want to, I'm sorry, Kathy, did you have a message?
Yes. On page 6, it shows the increase at central administration.
Right.
You're up 2 positions from fiscal year 2020.
Can I ask one clarifying question to the numbers in the different categories?
Sure.
So one of the things I know we did was add around 30 NC Ed Core tutors, right, to provide tutoring support. Does anybody happen to know what category they would fall into? Rhonda, I don't know if you would have.
This is just full-time.
Well, they're employed by the
These are
district. They're not,
are they employed
they're not counted in this?
full-time? Are the 30,
Oh, okay.
if they're full,
Well,
only
aren't they
if they're
employed by
full-time.
the district? So this wouldn't include part-time positions, or?
No.
No.
Oh.
The SS 200 only includes full-time positions.
This state report, just to say that out loud, this state report only includes full-time positions. It does not include part-time positions. The tutors are part-time. Okay, thank you.
That's correct. Yep.
Any other questions?
Yeah, so I just wanted to just comment, and I wanted to really thank you for, pointing out that we have a lot of work to do to cover this ongoing budget shortfall. I think we've taken some steps with the stipends. We're going to have to figure out what to do about those $700,000 of positions covered by ESSER. We are struggling already with schools losing positions because of declining enrollment, and so the schools are struggling. We have to deal with the reduced allotments from the state, and how do we make sure that the schools have the teachers and the staff that they need to deliver quality education. I thought your idea to take a critical look at our central office was a good one. I think hopefully we can consider that. Okay, thank you.
I'd like to thank you all as well again for your hard work and your being willing to come and share this report with us tonight. We really appreciate, I know you picked this up when you were busy doing other things, but we really appreciate what you've done, and you've helped us tremendously. So thank you very
Thank you
much.
for the interview. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
May
you.
I share a few remarks? Is that
Yes.
possible? Thank you. So first, I want to also begin by thanking the Hill Group for their thorough and insightful report and recommendations, which I believe, in the spirit of continuous improvement, will only strengthen our processes and procedures as we seek to meet the growing needs of our students and staff. So thank you to the Hill Group. As superintendent, I have always and will continue to recommend a balanced budget based on revenue, expenses, and most importantly, the needs and capacities of our students, staff, and facilities as we understand them before each budget year. Needs change, and our best information gets better and clearer as the year goes on. But the budget is a document of the board's priorities, of our community's priorities, and of the value we place on educating each and every student each and every day. I would like to focus on just a couple of points tonight regarding the factors that brought us here, and more importantly, how this will help our board and the district serve our students with excellence and cost effectiveness in fiscal year 2024. So at every stage of this work, we always ask how our investments in our children, in our staff, and in facilities are directly supporting the key performance indicators and goals identified in our strategic plan, and how our strategic plan can move our equity plan forward for every student to enjoy the fullness of opportunity in our district. But that's all on paper. The proof is in the work. So how does implementing the budget and making these investments directly affect our children and move the needle on their achievement? How are we increasing odds and opportunity for every child to have a lifelong of service and success? When our work yields that kind of return on investment, when we see those kinds of results for our students and staff, we know we have made the right decisions and valued the right things. That's especially true of this year as we continue to respond to the impacts of COVID and the hard lessons COVID taught us about the value of our people, how to care for and properly compensate our staff, and the literal truth that each and every day with students is absolutely crucial to their success, which brings me to my second point. We've done this all together. We had what some would call a perfect storm with new challenges of instruction, operations, staffing, and programming, all gaps that could only emerge once we had started the school year, but for which we absolutely had to address to meet the needs of our students and our staff. You, board, were part of all of that. We all were. And every step along the way in our planning for FY23, and as requests came to the board, to our schools, to the district, and to me directly, from our departments, from our schools. And as a credit to this board, you have worked with us and improved one measure after the other, such as daily substitutes, planning period coverage pay for teachers, and bus driver incentives specifically targeted to get students to and from school. This was not a district calling parents to cancel bus routes. We did not do that. And we were able to keep our students in school growing towards proficiency and moving forward despite all of the challenges. We instituted stopgap measures and short-term incentives. And we very openly addressed the concerns of one of our schools under major duress with multiple teacher vacancies in core subject areas and the loss of their beloved principal, and where we had to leverage staff who maintained one position while contributing to the well-being of students and the school through their additional long-term assignment. We worked with this board according to our best understanding of policy at that time. But this process has also helped us identify areas where we need to reinforce that collaboration. So I appreciate that recommendation, Hill Group. When we became aware of new and growing needs, we also let this board know so that we could address them head-on, working together, which brings me to my third point. Our budgets are as good as our ability to adjust, so we stay on budget or revise forecasts so that we always achieve our objectives for our students. It goes without saying that staying on budget but not meeting the needs of our students is not, and I repeat, is not an acceptable strategy or outcome. We will always put students first. But while our Chief Finance Officer already provides quarterly budget reviews, we can do more with our monthly meetings of the board's Budget and Capital Needs Committee by digging deeper into areas that require closer analysis and discussion. As part of strengthening our planning processes as requested by our Chief Finance Officer, I would strongly recommend that our quarterly budget reports, which already include revenues and expenditures year to date, will also include and even emphasize forecasting for next quarter. In December 2021, we came to the board with expectations around rising costs on fuel, food, utilities, and other items that would make for a tighter budget process in FY 2022. In July 2022, more budget concerns were shared regarding the rising costs of contracted custodial service support, fewer federal reimbursements, and we even started the 2022-2023 school year with a hiring freeze on central services to conserve funds and address the budget needs when schools opened in the fall. When we came to you in March 2023 about the potential for an additional fund balance appropriation, we did so after taking steps internally to monitor and reduce expenses within our departments and by restricting new requests, which is exactly what we should have done. In March 2023, we proactively came forward with concrete steps to curtail spending and reduce expenses for the next quarter rather than waiting to the end of the fiscal year to see what happened. And it is my recommendation that we institute this kind of two-way communication on the budget every quarter of the year. Part of this process means tightening up procedures of paper. So for instance, making sure we work together to clean up policies like we did with 7406, so that the district can operate with excellence and efficiency in equal measure all of the time, which brings me to my next point. We have a lot of opportunities to increase collaboration in the process of organizing our priorities for the budget. We have already started that process for example, our revised allotment process. And there's more we can do in that area clearly. And we are ready to move to the next level. And the Hill Group report has spelled out some of those opportunities very clearly for us, from using a zero-based budgeting process to cleaning up our allotment formula. The report indicates what I think we all readily see as the best practice of bringing together the board with school-based staff and district leadership so that we maximize the knowledge in the room. Knowledge of what our students and knowledge of what our staff need most and the most effective and equitable ways to deliver on our promise to meet those needs. The Budget and Capital Needs Committee is a perfect venue for us to increase and operationalize that collaboration, which brings me to my next point. And so I need to elevate and celebrate once more the work of our Chief Finance Officer, Rhonda Rath, and her incredible finance team for their award-winning work, and the leaders in schools who brought forward what we know is the most essential for students at every point during the school year. The finance team's work has been reviewed backwards and forwards. They were already audited twice every year, and this report from the Hill Group makes it 3 for the year. And without question, without exception, every report keeps finding that this team has been and continues to be both professional and exacting in applying the policies and procedures that govern our financial processes, in building a budget to guide the district, and in handling unplanned and unexpected events to help us make our way safely through this fiscal year. We could never, ever do it without this amazing team. So thank you to Mrs. Rath and the finance team. And now just to remind us of the commitments that the board and district made during the FY23 budget process and in our request to commissioners, I will just quickly review what I believe to be some major factors. The Hill Group report noted correctly that fund balance appropriation at the current pace is not sustainable, nor should it be, as many of the vestiges of COVID that we were contending with last school year are now in our rear view mirror for this school year. As we know, the only way our fund balance or savings account, or some would refer to it as our rainy day fund, increases when the local funds meant to serve students go unused for a very limited number of reasons, such as lapsed salaries due to vacancies. Additionally, the Hill Group's report noted a decline over time of our enrollment, but I first want to note that our ADM has increased over the past 2 years after a very sharp decline due to COVID, as was the case in every district, which they noted. And second, we have observed a number of trends coming together, which we will have to handle to sustain this work. In pre-K, for example, we are back to serving students at pre-pandemic levels, which is great in terms of the numbers, but we have seen the frequency and complexity of students' needs, that those needs continue to climb. More of our early learners also identified as having autism, complex medical needs, and intellectual disabilities. Data are continuing to show that Orange County Schools kindergarten students are starting with larger deficits before starting school. They need additional academic and social emotional supports, and we are working harder to close those gaps. Related to that, we are also serving a number of exceptional children, which now equals the number before COVID. Remember, our ADM is slowly increasing after a very sharp decline due to COVID. But for our EC students, we are serving the same number of students as we did before the pandemic, which means more students have been identified. And as this population continues to grow, the rate at which students need separate settings is also climbing. Funding for exceptional children's services has slowly continued to catch up with the cost of meeting needs. And the state has acknowledged that thanks to steady incremental increases per student. But as we shared this with the board and our commissioners, that per pupil spending does not take into account the level or the amount of services each student needs. As I share my last 2 points here, I would just like to show how the district is also evolving very quickly in ways that are much faster and more fundamental than returning to pre-pandemic levels. So before COVID, 10% of our children were multilingual learners. In the spring 2023, that number grew to 13%. Spanish is by far the most common language spoken by our multilingual learners. But in 1 year, the number of home languages in just 1 year spoken in our district went from 33 to 41, which is a beautiful thing. But it's requiring even more services to serve our families and students, because it's not enough that our families and students are here. It's important that they feel seen, that they feel valued, that they feel welcomed, and that they belong, and that they are represented in our schools. That takes more than just the minimum. And this requires us to both be intentional and creative in how we meet these ever-changing needs with limited funds. The final area I want to talk about is our students who qualify for free and reduced price meals. Nearly 3,500 students qualified for free and reduced price meals this year. And we serve about 7,000 students. So that's nearly 49% of our students in FY '23. Compare that to in FY '20, that number is up over 400 students, as that percentage was 41.6%. We know this has huge ramifications for our students and our families, for our schools, our staff, and our programs. To keep pace with these changes takes resources, and resources means money as well as time, which also means money. To hire and train staff to become more culturally responsive, to courageously step into spaces where we need them to be brave, not perfect. That requires a commitment from us that goes beyond and above the minimum allotted by the state for instruction. And we have indicated over and over again that we are committed, this board and this district, to doing more and being more for the sake of our students. So in summary, the needs of our students, our staff, and our families are growing. They are changing. And the burden is on us as educators and stewards to grow and change in order to meet those needs. As we receive this report and engage in dialogue with this board, I am confident that we are moving in the right direction based on what we have learned from the pandemic, from the past school year in particular, and from our in-depth conversations with members of our learning community. I believe we have put the right priorities in place, and the recommendations from the Hill Group's report are another page in this chapter of our work. So thank you again to the Hill Group for your recommendations and for working with us. And I'm just curious to know, with regards to zero-based budgeting, is that something that you can support us in, if that's something that the board decides to move forward with?
We would be happy to. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Felder, and thank you again to the Hill Group for your hard work in working with Orange County Schools. We greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Y'all have a good night. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Have a good evening.
Okay, does anyone have anything else before we adjourn back to closed session?
Motion to go back into closed session for prior items stated.
Okay. A second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion's approved, so we will go back into closed session now. We're back in open session. If there's no further business, I have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Have a great evening. Thank you.